1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey. Oop, I'm on. Okay. Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. I'm advised by our town clerk that we have a quorum present. I'm also being advised by people that we have another quorum that's in line outside going all the way back to South Street. But we are going to start now at just after noon time and try to do what we promised the Board of Health and all of you to run a deliberate meeting and to run a expeditious meeting and do it as safely as we can. So I'm Scott McDermott, and I have the very distinct privilege of moderating this 2021 special town meeting. After our last two meetings that were on the turf field, today we are conducting our special town meeting from the whole high school campus. So I want to welcome all of our friends and all of our neighbors who are spread around the campus and say hello. I'm looking at a monitor. Say hello to everybody who is outside in the tent. Hello out there, can you hear me? Okay, that's great. We will have some overflow from this room into the cafeteria. It doesn't look like we have folks there yet. But we're ready. And we also have some of our neighbors and friends who are in the library. Let's say hello to them. There you are. So welcome. And then we expect the surge to continue right up until the time that I provided my guidance in terms of what the earliest that we would call the meeting. That's not the time that we will call the meeting, by the way. So please don't start at 1:30 right on the nose, have everybody. But that will be the earliest that we will call the question. And the folks that are in line at that particular time will be asked to go to the auditorium so that we can conduct our voting and do that easily. So there you are. Okay, so we're ready, I think, to move forward. So thanks to all of you for being here. Today we're doing something that is very important and special. We're coming together as a legislative body made up of members of the community, real voters who are here, who are making the choice, all of you, to participate in a democratic, participatory self-government and to make this very important strategic decision for the town of Medfield. So thank you for being here and for giving us a quorum so that we can get started. With Veterans Day this week on Thursday, I'd ask all of our veterans, if you would, to please stand so that we can acknowledge your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And now if everyone would stand, please. We're going to stand for the national anthem. Our flag is here. If you will, please remain standing. Okay, so in this month of November, we have much to be thankful for, and one of the things that we are very thankful for in Medfield is the service of our police and fire professionals. And this July, as many of you know, we lost one of the best. A hero among us, in fact, was just, with the selectmen, just provided a medal, a lifesaver medal to Captain Mike Harmon. So what I'd like to do now is, if everybody would, is let's just bow our heads for a moment in appreciation and in silence in memory of Mike. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Thanks, everyone. I always tell people that one of the best things about being town moderator for me is all of the great, great people in Medfield that I've had the opportunity to meet. Parenthetically, some of whom are barely speaking to me at the moment, but we'll get over that. All of these great people in town have certainly enriched my life, and by knowing them. And actually, I didn't know Captain Mike Harmon, but I really wish that I had after reading about him and his service and his having grown up in Medfield. So as a town, we wish all the best for his wife, Sue, and for his family and friends. We start this meeting with three important items, and the first one is As you know, we have a warrant. The warrant is kind of the warning to the town, the notice to the town as to the subject matter of our town meeting. And I'm going to ask Town Clerk Marion Bonaldi to read the return of service on that warrant.
By virtue of this warrant, I have notified the inhabitants of the town of Medfield qualified to vote in elections by posting attested copies of the same at 5 places 14 days before the special town meeting, as within directed. Signed by Constable Garrett Ledbetter, posted October 20th, 2021, Marion Bonaldi, Town Clerk.
Thank you, Marion. I'm going to do the introductions, and on my right side is the executive branch of our government. On my far right is our Town Council, Mark Sorrell. Next to Mark, to his left, is Selectman Osler Pete Peterson. Next to Pete is the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Mike Marcucci. To his left is Town Administrator Christine Trierweiler. Right over here, we have our Assistant Town Administrator, Nick Milano. And to my right, the Town Clerk, Marion Bonaldi. Now, many people think that town meeting is just an event, that this is just an event. I think of it differently. I think of it as a process. And this process has been going on for a long time. It's also an entity, if you will. We are an entity today, just like Congress is an entity or the state legislature. So we are both a process and an entity. And I just want to thank all of these people to my right for their commitment to this process over this period of time that we've been preparing for this town meeting. They've been very supportive to me, and I really appreciate all the work that everybody over here has done, the extra work. So thank you for that. To my left, I take particular pride. I'm the appointing authority, and I extend my gratitude to this group on my left, to Medfield's Warrant Committee. Our Warrant Committee plays an exceptionally important role in understanding and shaping the town's legislative, administrative, and financial activities. But this afternoon, the Warrant Committee is also an advisory committee to all of us. They are an advisory committee to our legislative body. And the legislative body of the town, considering all the significant appropriation in making this strategic decision today. Today, they will also be making the main motion and providing reports. And I will likely be looking to the Warrant Committee, and they may look to me at any time to address the town as appropriate. So we may be hearing from the members of the Warrant Committee as we move through the meeting. The same is true, by the way, of all of the folks of the executive branch of our government to my right. So to the extent that they want to speak, or to the extent that I ask them to speak, you may be hearing from the executive branch as well at particular times, particularly our town council. So let me welcome, if I could, the members of our Warrant Committee and introduce them. The chairperson, Sharon Tatro, is immediately to my left. Next to Sharon is Steve Callahan, who is new this year and has jumped right on board, I will say, getting up to full speed very, very quickly. Next to Steve is Newton Thompson. Newton is going to read the motion in a minute. Next to Newton, to his left, is Christine Barton. Next to Christine is Jeremy Marset. Next to Jeremy is Jillian Rafter, also a new member appointed in the summer. Usually when I appoint people in the summer, I tell them, don't worry about it because you don't have to do anything until the warrant is framed in January. And unfortunately for all of these folks, they've made mockery over that particular element. Next to Christine, next to Jillian, is Ed Vizella. We welcome Ed. And next to Ed is Amanda Hall. And next to Amanda is Bob Sliney. And since we've got the 9 seats and Bob is on the edge over there, everybody lean to our right, if you would, on the Warrant Committee as opposed to your left. I welcome these people. Their service has been extraordinary. I've been hearing from everybody on all sides of this question that has given kudos and appreciation for the work that they've done. So thank you. Next, I'm going to ask our Assistant Town Administrator, Nick Milano, to read the list of visitors who will be sitting within our town meeting.
Christine Trierweiler, Town Administrator. Dr. Jeffrey Marsden, Superintendent of Schools. Nicholas Milano, Assistant Town Administrator. Sarah Raposa, Town Planner. Yvonne Remillard, Principal Assessor, Joy Ricciuto, Town Accountant, Andrew Foster, Assistant Town Accountant, Gary Pelletier, Building Inspector, Kevin Ryder, Parks and Recreation Director, Maurice Goulet, DPW Director, Pam Gardner, Library Director, Roberto Lynch, Council on Aging Director, Amy Colleran, Facilities Director, Dave Henkels, Conservation Commission Agent, Mark Bryson, Veterans Agent, Lynn Stapleton from Left Field, Tina Suhu from Arrow Street Architects, Police Chief Michelle Garrett, Fire Chief William Carrico, Kathy Vandenboom, Human Resources Director, Steve Ganem, Principal, Dale Street Elementary School, State Representative Sean Dooley, Owen Okorkra, IT Director, and Carlos Dos Santos, IT Department.
Thank you, Nick. So I make a motion to permit those visitors to sit within the town meeting and to speak to the town as requested. All in favor say aye. Opposed? I'm in favor. The motion carries. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the service that you provide to our town. Thank you very much. And Sean, welcome as well. And I now ask that anyone else who is not a registered voter in Medfield or who did not go through registration to please go back to registration. Everybody in this room should have a bracelet like this, correct? And in all of our other rooms, in the tent and in the library, and as we fill the cafeteria and the auditorium as well. These bracelets are very important as they connect us to the voting that we will undertake in an hour or 90 minutes from now. Okay. Meeting guidelines. Our meeting guidelines are pretty straightforward today. I'm going to read these to you, and then we will move on to the proceedings. The subject matter of today's meeting is limited to the one article that was set forth in the report on the warrant. The warrant, of course, serves as formal notice of the subject matter of the special town meeting. I will be recognizing a member of the warrant committee, Newton Thompson, for purpose of making the main motion on the article. After the main motion is offered, I will recognize members of the warrant committee to provide the majority report and a minority report of the committee. All speakers throughout the meeting shall be recognized by the moderator before providing any comments or their views, and all speakers shall speak to the community. This is our tradition. This is the way that we do it, but we shall speak to the community by speaking through the moderator and address their communities and, their comments and views to the moderator. And so I appreciate people as they approach the mics doing that. I have discussed and allocated reasonable time limits on speakers, and that you'll be hearing from in the first part of the meeting. I will also be enforcing time limits on speakers in the open portion of the meeting. Let me apologize in advance and ask for folks not to be offended if I require you to complete your remarks within the limited time frame, or if I, in fact, have the microphone shut off as well, which, because of all of our great technology, I have a capability of doing for the first time ever, I suppose. And then, also, there's going to be people in line at the time that we call the meeting, I think inevitably. So I apologize to those folks. There's many, many people, I'm sure, who would want to speak today. We'll talk a little bit about, the people we'd like to come before us and provide comments beside those that I've already allocated time to. And I apologize that there will be some people that will not get that opportunity. State statute provides the moderator shall preside and regulate the proceedings, decide all questions of order, and make public declarations of all votes. I continue to rely on the same principles, foundations I call them, for the exercise of my judgment and discretion. I look to principles of fairness, principles of prudence, and principles of expedience. I try to consider the best interests of the community, and I also rely on the past precedents in the administration of this town meeting. I've had to make a number of rulings already for today's meeting, which included our voting procedures, declaration of the no earlier than time frame for calling for the vote, not utilizing the Ashland model, and the allocation of time to certain of today's speakers. And I expect I will need these foundations of judgment and discretion as I attempt to do a good job moderating today's meeting. So finally, just a quick story relative to you've seen the signs we've had up here around courtesy and respect, decorum, civility, and I always want to try to emphasize that, but under these circumstances and this time for a vote that people feel so strongly about, are really impassioned about and engaged in, and I love the engagement of the town around the issue. Hopefully we can get it all channeled in the same direction at some point. But in 2003, when I was first elected to moderator, a friend of mine gave me a gift, and it was this gavel. And I've brought this gavel to every town meeting since the time of, we're good for the slide, so there's my gavel right there, a close-up version of it. And I've never used it. He told me that I would need it in order to be able to administer town meetings, and so I've done over 25 of them and haven't used it, and I want to kind of maintain that precedent and that practice if I can. So I'm going to put the gavel down. I make that only as really as a metaphor for, what we're trying to do today. We're trying to act with the customary dignity of the way that this town ends up making decisions. Reminder, obviously, that coming together, for a town meeting, and I've been emphasizing that point of view. We are coming together, and by the looks of the outside, we're still coming together today for this meeting. To me, again, parenthetically, coming together for a town meeting is not the same as coming apart on social media. And so I'm hoping that today's activities reflect that. I'm going to talk about the meeting proceedings. So we're going to have the making of the positive main motion in a minute. Then we will have the warrant committee reports. And then we will have a presentation and comments by the article's sponsors, the school building committee, and the school committee. And then we will have statements in opposition from the Dale at Dale Coalition and from opponents. They will speak. This will be microphone in this room. Microphone number 1 will be where the opponents of the motion will speak from. And then we will have statements in support from a designee for our kids, for our town, MBC, who will speak from microphone number 2. And then we will go to brief statements in opposition and support of the motion, limited to 2 minutes. I will try to move around, not just this room, but our other venues, to give folks an opportunity to be able to speak. At some time, perhaps not too long into that whole part of the proceeding, I'm going to make an inquiry, I call it, an inquiry of readiness to all of the legislators in all of our venues to see if we are ready to call the question. If the response seems to be that we are more than ready to call the question, I will then turn to a final 2-minute statement in opposition and in support of the motion. That will close down the discussion on the motion, and then I will make a motion to call the question. Assuming that is to pass, we will then move on to voting. When I call the question and you vote in favor of it, at whatever point that is, then I will send a signal to the registrar, to the town clerk, and to all of her registrants out there, and somebody will be placed at the end of the line. So who's ever in line at the time that we've called the question will be able to enter and come in. At that point, registration will be closed. We will then go through our voting process that we'll explain a little bit more when we get to that. Voting, of course, is going to be by submission of voting cards. We'll have 3 places in the gym here in order to be able to, in a very orderly fashion, we hope, go through this process of being able to do it. We have voting boxes in the tent, we have voting boxes in the library, and we have voting capability in both the cafeteria and the auditorium as well. As people are voting, we're going to ask everyone to just kind of respect the fact that this is needs to be done in an orderly way, needs to be done with patience. There's no way that it can be rushed. It's very important. One of the reasons we went to voting cards is so that we would have an accurate vote, a recordable vote at the end, and so we want to take the time to make sure that we get that right. You can leave after you vote. So once members leave, if you vote, you can go outside if you want. You can stay in here after you have voted while other people are voting. You can go home, although if you do, I hope you return. I want to make sure at the end of the meeting I still have a quorum, that'll be a factor. We'll pause then for the counting of votes. I understand we may get a live feed of the Patriots game during that period of time, so that may make some people happy. And then at some point, I will come back here and I will announce that we have 15 minutes until the announcement of the vote and then my ruling on the motion. And of course, we know that this motion requires 2/3 to carry, so that'll be a part of the ruling on the motion. And then we will adjourn the meeting. And, Medfield goes forward. So that's the proceedings. So here we go. I undertake this job in good faith, which means with honesty of intentions. I have the sincere hope today of conducting a legislative session which we all will be proud of, whether we win or lose. Of when we walk out of here in a few hours this afternoon, my hope is that we have advanced our notion of dignity, and even with all the division, that we consider this meeting to be one of our finest hours. So I'm sorry to Churchill for that, but that's how I feel about it. I'm hoping that that's where we will be at the end of it. So with that said, I'm going to call on Warrant Committee Member Newton Thompson, please, to read the positive main motion. The motion is also going to appear on the screens here as Newton is reading it. So take it away.
Article 1, positive motion. Move that the town hereby appropriates $80,893,664 to pay costs of constructing a new elementary school located on the campus of the Wheelock School at 17 Elm Street in Medfield, Massachusetts, to replace the Dale Street School, including the payment of all costs related to designing the new school project, equipping and furnishing the school, site improvements, and all other costs incidental and related thereto, the project, which new school facility shall have an anticipated useful life as an educational facility for the instruction of school children of at least 50 years, and for which the town may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, the MSBA, said amount to be expended under the direction of the Dale Street School Building Committee, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or General Laws, Chapter 70B, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore. That the town acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need, as determined by the MSBA, and any project costs the town incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town. That any grant that the town may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 1, 44 44.90% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA. That the amount of borrowing authorized by this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in and received pursuant to the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town and the MSBA, and that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount. Provided, however, that the appropriation and authorization to borrow pursuant to this vote shall be contingent upon the town's passage of a ballot question to exempt the principal and interest payments on such borrowing from the tax limitations of General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, we can see now that it's been a very complex process. That motion is the simplicity on the far side of complexness. That's what we're voting on today. We're going to be voting yes or no on that. We're going to get a statement now from Warrant Committee Chairperson, report, Sharon Tacho, who's going to speak to that motion.
Over the past 3.5 months, we have spent hundreds of hours reading, studying, analyzing, and questioning the many aspects of this complicated and multifaceted project. We have observed and listened to proponents and opponents of this article passionately advocate for their positions and challenge each other's views and opinions. The project before us as a town touches on numerous factors, and we weighed all of those in our 30-plus hours of meetings and made available to all of you to watch on YouTube, and we hope you have all found these meetings as valuable as we did. The slides aren't.
No. Slides.
We can put it on the next slide. Thank you. We spent this time away from our families, poring over thousands of pages of documents, knowing that all citizens would not have the time to do that, and were relying on us to give them a recommendation we felt was the best decision for the town. We are a group of professionals with diverse backgrounds. As we studied each issue, we had the benefit of the expertise around our table. Our majority opinion includes Jeremy Marcette as the head of the Department of Public Works in Natick. He brought his knowledge of water and sewer issues, sidewalks, traffic, capital projects, and municipal issues. Ed Vizella not only brought with him an amazing knowledge of accounting and finances, but spent the last 10 years of his career as the Director of Finance and Operations for the Mansfield Public Schools. Christine Barton and Amanda Hall are attorneys with knowledge of municipal planning projects and contract law, respectively. Newton Thompson, Bob Sliney, and myself have spent our careers in corporate accounting, crunching numbers, and tightening budgets. Steve Callahan has been an auditor for 40 years, and his analysis and attention to detail guided us all. Together, we have lived in town for combined 186 years. The topics we studied are shown on the slide, and each and every one of them had equal importance to us, whether it be about our drinking water, our long-term fiscal health of this town, or the education of our future generations, to name a few. We held conversations with constituent groups as well as focused topic discussions. We asked all of you to send us questions, and you came through with them. The resulting 75-page Q&A also helped us guide our research and opened our eyes very wide to all sides of these issues. In our meeting and email interactions with the Dale at Dale group, we came to fully understand their proposal, and Steve went to great effort to analyze their proposals so we could give them equal weight with the proposal from the SBC before you today. No matter where the information was sent to us from, we treated each and every piece of it with equal weight and ensured we dove in to make sure we were studying the facts. Next slide, please. Before we tell you why we voted to recommend passage of the article, we thought it was important to take a moment to explain exactly what your vote means. A yes vote today ensures that a new elementary school for our future 4th and 5th graders will be built next to the current Wheelock School, providing a campus model that includes the students in 2nd and 3rd grade. The town will benefit from $19 million in funds from the MSBA after we were rejected 2 times already. Provided no major delays, the school will reopen in the fall of 2024. As early as August of 2022, a tax increase will begin to be seen on your property tax bills. And the town can begin the process and discussions of what the future of Dale will be. A no vote today brings uncertainty. The new school as proposed will not move forward. We will have to notify the MSBA that after spending $1 million on a feasibility study that they partially reimbursed us for, we will not be using it to build this school, and we are turning down their offer of a $19 million reimbursement. The town will embark on more decisions about what to do and when. Will we reapply for a fourth time to the MSBA after already being rejected twice? Will the town vote to pay for another feasibility study on its own, as no MSBA funds would be reimbursed for that again? What will be the interest rate and the cost of projects somewhere down the line? And how long will this all take? Our first application on this project was in 2012. It has taken us 9 years to get where we are today. Next slide, please. There are numerous non-financial considerations we had to evaluate in making our recommendation to all of you. Our water. The current Wheelock site does not meet current standards, so the new stormwater management system being installed will be an improvement to what is there today. A school is one that brings minimal risk of contamination, and the engineers involved stated that it is a problem that can be solved through proper design and proper maintenance. Therefore, we do not feel there is a significant risk to our groundwater resources. The townwide master plan. Although there is no specific plan yet for what will happen to the old Dale Street building, there are many options on the table that could result in still being a year-round vibrant part of downtown. The new school is proposed to be placed mainly on 2 smaller playing fields, with each replaced which will be replaced with 1 larger playing field. To quote the April 2021 Open Space and Recreation Plan created by their committee, the only major infrastructure project expected within the next several years is a retrofit of the Dale Street Elementary School or the construction of a replacement school building. Neither outcome would affect open space, but a new school might be located on existing playing fields. Traffic. $300,000 is being set aside to mitigate the traffic issues, and there is no plan to change the historic section of Elm Street. This area already has a school and a large group of playing fields that are already heavily used. The site selection. The SBC did in fact hold lots of public meetings, answered questions at those meetings, and held several public forums. They paused the process several times at the request of a selectman and a citizen's petition. They had multiple opportunities after receiving public input to revise and revisit their decision on site selection. They did not change their decision because no added information came forward that caused them to change their decision. We also deeply studied the alternative proposal from the Dale at Dale group and found that proposal will not save costs due to the need for a large amount of modulars, as the swing space suggested does not exist. We believe that the SBC took all of that into account in their decision as well when they voted to move forward with the project at the Wheelock site. We do not find that their process was flawed or predetermined. The campus model. We all have heard during the site selection process, as it was said, that both final sites up for consideration met the educational plan. However, it was determined that the Wheelock site met it better. It meets it better not only for its access to more outdoor space, but also the benefits of having grades 2 through 5 together. Medfield does not have a neighborhood elementary school, and due to that, there are transitions every 2 years. Those transitions cause some students to be lost in the system with SPED issues. Having a campus model where SPED staff can interact with students cohesively for 4 years will be an invaluable improvement in the lives of future students. Enrollment. The MSBA has given Medfield a gift, which many towns ask for and get denied. We didn't ask for the greater enrollment because we know it means a bigger building at a greater cost. However, due to the analysis by the MSBA enrollment experts, they have told Medfield we need more classrooms to provide greater flexibility for the future. This additional 3 or 4 classrooms at a cost of about $3 million means that when a larger than average class comes through the system, we as a town will have the ability to handle it without having to scramble and have either larger class sizes or adding the expense of modulars to deal with it. Net zero. Medfield voted at a recent town meeting several articles related to climate change. In order to reach an eventual net zero goal, upfront costs have to be shouldered and built into projects. However, we are benefiting from this with a higher reimbursement rate from the MSBA, participation in incentive programs, and lower costs in the future by not relying on fossil fuels. And outdoor learning. Being outside and a part of nature is a true benefit to a child's learning. The Dale Street site has been repeatedly described as too tight, and the teachers have discussed the challenges they have in the current Dale outdoor space. The new school will have walking trails, outdoor classrooms, and gardens. The science learning in grades 2 through 5 benefit so greatly from this, as they are actively learning about these outdoor sciences in those years, and will provide hands-on experiences not available at the current location. Next slide. The financial considerations are actually much more straightforward. To put it simply, it is a fiscally responsible thing to vote yes today. There have been a lot of discussions about how this project compares to those around us. There are two other 2021 elementary projects, Westwood and Wellesley. Both of those projects passed at their recent town meetings. You have to compare projects on two factors: construction cost per square foot and construction cost per student. Any other comparison is not apples to apples. Medfield's project is in the middle of the road, 2 out of the 3 in terms of the construction cost per square foot. Our project is actually the cheapest of the 3 in terms of construction cost per student. State reimbursement. Acceptance into the MSBA program is not something to have been taken lightly. Medfield was rejected in 2012 and 2016. Some towns never get in. Many towns who do get in and then vote no are never given an invitation back in. If we turn our back now on the $19 million being offered to us as a town, we run the risk of not getting that again. If we vote no today, but want to move forward with the school again, we run a very real risk of doing it alone. Even if we go back into the MSBA program, they will not assist us again with another feasibility study, and that cost will be 100% on the taxpayers via an override in the future through debt service that will carry a higher interest rate than it does today. Flexibility and long-term capital planning. Given that the school committee prefers a grade 3 to 5 school, the Elm Street location allows maximum flexibility after 20 years, which is Wheelock's remaining useful life, to go to a 2 elementary school model. There would be a golden opportunity to give the town an option in the future to consolidate our elementary school students in 2 schools by putting an addition on Memorial and having K-2, or pre-K-2 at the Memorial Dale site and 3 to 5 on the Wheelock site. That will almost certainly be cheaper than building a 3rd school in the next 20 years, and likely would save on some administration and operating costs by having 2 rather than 3 schools. This flexibility is valuable in planning. If we build to our current enrollment, we have no flexibility to consolidate to 2 schools unless enrollment collapses. If enrollment stays the same, and this is a 400-student school, we will need to build another 400-student school regardless. The flexibility to consolidate comes only if we build to the 575 enrollment and stays the same. There are also secondary considerations on the future use of the Dale building. Further study and a town vote are needed, but many options are available. In the short term, there is a potential for Park and Rec to use it and dramatically upgrade their situation in the FAF building, which is worse shape than Dale. It is possible that Medfield Youth Outreach could use the Dale building alongside Park and Rec, resulting in a space where both departments can expand their programs and create a year-round vibrant community center. In the longer term, there is potential for renovations after perhaps 8 years or so, as a Park and Rec building or senior housing or a combination of both. Next slide, please. Interest rates are at historic lows and expect to climb in 2022. The current cost of the proposed debt service is $83.6 million, assuming a 2.25% interest rate. If we delay, the interest rate climbs just 1%, that will cost the town $9.6 million. Construction costs are climbing. Historical rates of inflation for construction costs of elementary schools has been 4 to 6% per year, with recent increases of 8 to 10%. Assuming a conservative construction cost inflation rate of 4%, the average yearly increase is $3.3 million in project costs. A 3-year delay results in $9.9 million in additional project costs. The combination of both these very real financial risks should be of concern to all residents. A 3-year delay is $21 million, and a 5-year delay is $29 million. The above debt service chart assumes a re-entry into the MSBA program and a 24% reimbursement of the construction cost increases. If we do not pursue an MSBA reimbursement or are rejected again, these amounts will only increase. Next slide. In conclusion, we strongly recommend passage of this article before you today. A new elementary school is necessary and long overdue. The town was rejected by the MSBA in 2012 and 2016. It has taken 4 years to get to today from the accepted submission in 2017. The proposed stormwater management plan will improve groundwater quality and further protect the groundwater in wells 3 and 4. The Wheelock campus model has more advantages for the education of the town's children in grades 2 through 5. The elimination of the transition between grades 3 and 4 is priceless to our students with SPED issues who are currently getting lost in the cracks. There are multiple options to address the future disposition of the Dale building without the immediate need for debt exclusions or tax increases. We recognize that this is the most expensive project ever taken on by the town. We also recognize that this will be a financial hardship on many. However, this project before you today is the most fiscally responsible decision. The vast majority of the townspeople repeatedly say a new school is needed. Therefore, we must assume a project will pass either today or in the future. Delaying this project will make the tax impact on our residents higher. This project before you today will minimize taxes for our residents in the long term, as it ensures we do it before interest rates and construction costs rise further, and with the assistance of the state reimbursement. For the good of the current residents and those who will come after us, this project before you is the most responsible choice, and we urge you to join us in voting yes.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. And we have a minority report from Warrant Committee member Jillian Rafter.
Can you guys hear me okay? Great. So to all the people of our wonderful community, I want to thank you all for coming today and for your interest and involvement in this vitally important project for the future of our town. As a newly elected Warrant Committee member and a member of the subcommittee that explored this project, I have learned a tremendous amount over the last several weeks. My biggest heartfelt takeaway is that the volunteers on the various committees in town are one of our greatest assets. Thank you to all who dedicated their time, talents, and passion to help ensure that our town's future is secure. I also recognize the various committees, subcommittees, select board, town volunteers, and teachers involved in the school vision and the proposal of this project, and also recognize and acknowledge the months of hard work that have been put into it so far. However, today I speak to recommend dismissal of the proposed article for replacement and relocation of the Dale Street School. However, my commitment to our beloved community will come first. I want to state that should this article pass today, I would support the town's commitment to it. So first, one of the things I considered was the project itself. With a background in strategic project management, that's always the first thing I'll take a look at, and the project itself is a good project. The process that was followed was logical, many concerns and challenges were mitigated, and we adhered with the MSBA process. As you heard from Sharon and others today, there was numerous topics explored on the project. And from my perspective, it's clear that everyone involved in the process was well-intentioned and approached this project in the spirit of securing a positive outcome for the town. I acknowledge the low-rate environment that we're in today, and I also recognize the expensive construction costs associated with this proposed project. At the end of all of this, I had to ask, what are we asking of our town residents? It comes down to cost for me. This annual tax increase on residents, and are we utilizing this type of increase to the best of our ability in town with where our town is today? In consideration of not just our students and teachers, but also of other town services needs and our resident needs. The points I made in last week's warrant committee meeting were the same. An increase of this size on a proposed project would limit our ability for our town and citizens to address other capital obligations and near future town needs. I believe there are other alternatives on design and size that we can explore that accomplishes our goals and positions us for near future upgrades to other town buildings, other schools, and addresses backlogged capital improvements that still gets us to what we all ultimately agree on, an improved experience for our teachers and students that meets the needs of our educational plan and of our town. Today, we are faced with a great decision. How can we meet the school improvement requirements and balance that with other town needs? With rising construction costs, what will the next school cost us? What will that increase be like? I ask you, how can we sustain capital in school projects with funding needs such as these? I believe we can right-size the school project and still balance the other pressing needs of our community. This is why I've recommended dismissal on the proposed article for the replacement and relocation of the school. I do so in the spirit of securing a future in which all of our community's needs are met, including and especially our children's. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to ask Mike Quinlan, if he would, to approach the podium and will speak to us about the school building committee. Are you going to introduce the committee, Mike?
Certainly, I want to make sure I get through it all. The school building committee, I have with us today Mike Weber, Tom Erb, Tim Bunfati, Walt Kincaid, also members of the permanent building committee. We have Dr. Jeffrey Marsden, Stephen Grenham, Amy Colleran, I believe I've seen here as well, Christine Trierweiler, our town administrator, Mike Marcucci, Board of Selectmen, Bob Sliney, our warrant committee rep, and I'm missing someone. Michael LaFrancesca, thank you, our director of finance. Sorry, I lost you there, Scott. Okay, there's a slide presentation, I believe. Thank you. All right, so welcome everybody, and thank you so much for showing up today. I truly appreciate just being able to see people in person. I know this has been a rough couple of years. Would you go to the next slide, please? So I wanted to give you a little bit of history for those who may not have been paying attention over the past few years. Next slide, please. And it's been a lengthy one. Matter of fact, I'm fairly certain when we started this process, I didn't have any gray hair. But it began in the early 2000s and potentially even before that, but that's the earliest I've heard when former Superintendent Bob McGuire identified the need to renovate or replace the Dale Street School. The initial statement of interest was presented to the MSBA in 2012. As has been noted previously, it was not accepted by the MSBA. And subsequently, Superintendent McGuire retired. That led to the town hiring Superintendent Marsden in 2013, with the next statement of interest submitted by Dr. Marsden in 2016, which also resulted in not being accepted into the program. In 2017, we were accepted into the program. Our statement of interest was submitted, and we were one of 15 applications that year, 15 out of 83 that were accepted. In 2018 through 2021, we've embarked upon a lengthy feasibility study and schematic design that has brought us to this town meeting here today. Today, we will vote one step in the process, which is whether or not we pass this motion. And then there's also a subsequent ballot vote 1 week from tomorrow. Next slide, please. So a lot has been said about the MSBA process, and it's a very complicated one. Next slide, please. I've lost it up here, so I'll go to my notes. Lost the screen, apologies. The MSBA process is a very thoughtful, diligent, complex, and thorough process. And it takes longer than what a normal town building process would normally take for those reasons. We've embarked on those over the past couple of years, and we are now at a point where we decide whether or not to fund the project, which you can see here. If we do decide to fund the project, there will be another 9 months to a year of detailed design, bidding, and then ultimately into construction, and that would start in the fall of next year, most likely summer to fall of next year. And the building would open in 2024, in the fall of 2024 for that initial class. Then there's a series of steps that take over a year after the completion of the construction, what we deem to be, what we call closeout, which ensures that the building is operating properly and all of the requirements of the documents, the design documents have been met. So that's a little bit about the process. I could go on for quite some time, but it'll probably put you to sleep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Marsden, who's going to talk a little bit about what the real reason is for this project.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity. I'm going to next slide. Thank you. So I just want to let the folks know that it is my honor and privilege, as always, at town meeting to represent the thousands of Medfield residents that aren't old enough to vote. And that's how I see my role today, and I just want to share that with you. So one of the key things that we did during educational visioning was bring folks together. Next slide. It's not moving. Thank you. So in late 2019 and early 2020, we had sessions that featured teachers, parents, administrators, elected officials, and community members, and we got together to really try to establish what the vision was of this new school and what were the priorities that we were going to have as a district. So this really was the basis of our education plan that we submitted to MSBA. We actually submitted 2 education plans, one for a 4-5 school and one for a 3-4-5 school. So we thought as a school committee and a school department that the 3-4-5 school was the best long-term, but as we started to get the prices in, we knew that the prices were high enough that it wouldn't be supported by the town, so the school committee voted for a 4-5 school at that point. So really proud of the education work that we did. MSBA actually praised it at our meeting, stating that the education plan that was submitted by Medfield should be the model for any district that is going to be building an elementary school going forward. So this was really the beginning of the design for Arrow Street, our architect. They took that plan and then they helped to design the building. Next slide. So one of the things that we tried to do is be real thoughtful about the placement and the organization of the programs. If you see on the slide here, we have the green area, which is the arts node. That's where we have our band, art, stage, and media center. And then we have the wellness in yellow, so we want to have our gym, cafetorium, nurse, and OT, PT in that area. Our academic area is in blue. That's all of our classrooms and our academic services. And then the main area, the main office, is in red, which was the principal, the meeting rooms, and school psychologist area. Next slide. So if you take a look at the floor plan, I think we're really thoughtful in this. The academic area, which you see is in blue and purple, we really wanted to focus, make sure that special education student services was central to the way we organize our academic area. So the areas in purple are all your student services area, and then the blue area are our general ed classrooms. So we thought that was a real important piece to be inclusive and make sure that those areas were all in close proximity. We tried to organize these by learning pods because we wanted to make sure that it's going to be a little bit larger school, so try to make it a smaller feel by having learning communities and learning neighborhoods. And then we have dedicated space for science and technology in that area, which was really important for us. We're also thoughtful design of what we call the public spaces, which you see is the front of the building. So we got a lot of feedback during our visioning sessions that folks wanted a larger gym because they were tired of driving to other towns and not having enough gym space for basketball and other events. So we do have a larger gym that is in there, so that would really satisfy that requirement. The arts area and the cafeteria also have easy access so that they can be used after school, at weekend hours, et cetera. So they're located right near the main entrance, and we can close off the academic wing if we need to. Next slide, please. So here's a really great view of what the new school in relation to the Wheelock School on that campus and what it looks like. So this is looking south. You'll see the existing Wheelock School in the foreground. You notice there's an improved traffic pattern right in the front of Wheelock, and also improved traffic along the side for the buses. You get a really great view of the open space here. So you have the existing soccer fields, the existing softball field, the Holmquist property, all of that stays there without any issues. And then there's an additional lacrosse and soccer field that's built right to the right of the existing soccer fields. Another good part about this in terms of transportation, all of our buses go to each elementary school each day. So they'll stop there twice a day. This eliminates that because the buses that would go to Wheelock would just keep on going down the road into the parking area and drop students off at the new elementary school as well. So it eliminates a whole school bus stop. We think the campus model is great for kids, having all of our students in grades 2 to 5. We think it's important to minimize those transitions, and we can look at some efficiencies and teacher collaboration with the campus in the 2 through 5. Next slide. We all know that music is a really important program to the town of Medfield, and right now at Dale Street, where it all begins, our kids are practicing in hallways, outside, in closets, everywhere. So we thought it was really important for us to have a dedicated space for our students. You see in this slide here that there's a dedicated band and orchestra space, and there's a divider in the middle, so you can actually have band and orchestra or chorus all happening at the same time, which is really exciting for our kids and certainly for our music staff. Next slide. One of the greatest features that we love in this building is this learning stair. I just want to highlight in this slide, you'll see that there's a clock there, and if that clock looks familiar, that's because Tom and Brandy Erb are donating a clock to this project through Electric Time. We want to thank them for that, as they've done for other projects in town. So we want to make this a real focal point in our learning area. We didn't want to just put it outside. We want to have it inside so that kids would be able to see it every day and look at it as part of the theme in the building. A couple of themes with time. One is seasons and one is music. So we're going to incorporate that into the interior design as we go forward in the design of that. Also, that learning stair in the middle does two things. One, it allows kids to go to the second floor if they have class on the second floor. It also allows a really great space for us to bring 2 or 3 classrooms together. So either there's a guest speaker or through presentations and student presentations. We think that's a really nice feature. We actually saw it in elementary school that Arrow Street had done, and it was really a great feature in the school. Next slide, please. Of course, we can't have auditoriums in elementary schools, but we can't have a cafetorium. So that really blends the two together. We have a cafeteria and also a stage area, so that's the cafetorium. We really wanted to make sure we focused on circular tables so that kids that would foster those collaborations, so it's not just long tables. And also, what you can't see in this picture is that there's some high top tables on the edges, so kids can actually have lunch and look outside while they're eating lunch, and there's also breakout areas for lunch bunch groups. The students' performances obviously is a really important thing to us with our music program and other programs, so we do have a larger stage in there that will allow our kids to perform, and it's a larger space that can fit all of our kids in either orchestra or bands. That was a really nice feature of this as well. So next slide, please. And then looking at the classroom area, our teachers did a lot of work with this and designed this. You can see the classrooms look very different than they did even 15 or 20 years ago. Lots of flexible seating, flexible furniture, some built-in storage, which is really something important that every classroom needs. You'll also notice that there are 2 sinks in every classroom. That's a requirement for MSBA. Currently, our classrooms at Dale Street are between 650 and 750 square feet. All the classrooms in this new school will be 900 square feet, which is a requirement for MSBA. Next slide, please. So just before Mike goes into the cost impact, I just want to say how proud I am of the thousands of hours that people put into this project, from the school department, the SBC, our design team, OPM, school committee. We think it's going to be an incredible learning environment for our kids, a real unbelievable place for our teachers to work, and it's going to provide countless opportunities for community use after hours. So thank you.
Slides, please. Thank you. I'm fairly certain Sharon covered most of this already in quite depth, so thank you, Sharon, for that. So what is the total project budget? we're voting on today, you'll see at the bottom of this slide, $80,893,664. Out of that, the estimated grant from the state is a maximum of $19.6 million, roughly. So that leaves us with a town share of just about $62.3 million. So that is what we're here to vote on today, and subsequently as well, a week from tomorrow. What does that mean for all of us? This is a big question, obviously, I know everyone's concerned about. The current borrowing scenario, favored borrowing scenario, though it hasn't officially been chosen, but it seems to be preferred, that we would go out to bond for a 30-year bond with a level principal payment and 2.25% estimated interest rate. The market would set the interest rate. We may come in below that if we get a favorable environment. We did just sell some bonds recently for the water treatment plant project that came in around 1.4%, which, so we're hopeful that, that was a shorter term bond, but we're hopeful that we may actually see improvement on that if this project proceeds. The average assessed value is $692,000 in Medfield, give or take. What it means for each of us is that if you take your assessed value and divide it by 1,000, the valuation is $1.23 per thousand that your taxes would increase in the first year. And each year after that, it would reduce as the principal reduces. So for the average home in Medfield assessed at $692,000, the increase in year one would be $852, and the final year you would be paying $520 per year for that final year. So the average over the course of that 30-year period would be about $686. This is going to be partially offset by debt that will be rolling off the books in the next couple of years from our last school project, which is now 2 decades plus ago, and some people even on this committee and the Warrant committee remember well. So that is about $117 worth of debt that will be rolling off within 2 years that will help to offset the increase due to this project. Next slide, please. So, reminder, this is only the first step. There's a vote today, and regardless of the outcome of today, there will be a special ballot vote Monday, November 15th. What happens after that will remain to be seen, but we must remember, regardless, that if this project is to proceed, that both of those need to come back favorable. This is not just about today. And I appreciate everybody spending so much time coming on a Sunday, on a beautiful Sunday fall afternoon, to have your voice heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, thank you, Mike. Thanks to the school building committee. Hard work, caring, all of those things. Very much appreciated. We're going to hear from the school committee chairperson, Jess Riley. And Jess, you could do that from, if you want, from right from the podium.
Hi, how are you? As Scott mentioned, I am Jessica Riley, and I speak to you today as one voice representing the 5 members of the public body of the Medfield School Committee. Together, we strive to be better than the sum of our parts. You've heard from the selectmen, the Warrant Committee, the School Building Committee, and they've had very specific and detailed arguments about how each of them arrived at this decision. And in a few minutes, we'll hear from each other until we feel like we're talked out, and then we'll vote, yes or no. As Dr. Morrison said, the odd reality of these decisions that we make about education, and particularly about the future of our educational system, is that those who will affect most have no official vote here. The majority of the citizens who will live with our decisions today aren't born yet. As chair of the school committee, one of my duties is to make sure that when we take a vote, we know exactly what it is that we are voting for and what the consequences are of that decision. In that context, I look at our appeal to you today in a different way than those who spoke before me. First, I'm going to share something that I have noticed as I look through the various social media parent pages Out there, you may have noticed the same. A few times a month, there is a request for a recommendation. Does anyone know of a really good piano teacher for my kids? On the other hand, I have never seen a parent say, I'm wondering if anyone can share the number of a pretty lackluster piano teacher. Bonus, if they charge less than the going rate, I think one of my kids might have talent for music, but the other one's a little iffy. Hopefully the natural talent will do fine and keep going, and the other one will quit. I think I've made a good enough plan with the least investment, and if I can't find a cheap one, I might hold off altogether and see if they can figure it out. And I'm really trying to teach them resilience. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments? Give me a like, right? And obviously, I'm being facetious. In real life, no one does that. But to some extent, that's where we find ourselves here today. Do we vote together for the best, actionable plan and solution for our town's financial future and the support of all of our elementary students with a strong, connected learning community without issuing judgments on whether they can handle transitions or if they struggle, whether they can learn in a building that reaches 100 degrees by mid-May, or tolerate the surprises of 80-year-old plumbing? Do we reject the right plan at the right time after so much disruption because we think there could be a cheaper way to do this, even if that cheaper way does not exist, shuts down our options, and puts even more pressure on our talented, dedicated staff to deliver despite difficulty? I don't think any of us would decide that for our individual child. And why would we make that choice for all of our children? In the 30s, as citizens of Medfield first thought about building this school, the Dale Street School that we choose or hope to replace today, Dick Tracy made his national debut in the comics. And for those of you who don't know who Dick Tracy is, and I assume there are some of you, he was a yellow trench coat, fedora-wearing detective, and he was hero of all that was good and foe of all that was evil. And Dick, being a foe of evil, was always getting into a lot of trouble. But Dick had a watch, and this watch could make phone calls. Now, everyone knew this watch was a complete fantasy. First of all, it didn't have any wires, and we know you can't make a phone call without wires, or an operator to direct your call at the switchboard. And second, it was so small, how could you ever talk into it? How could you ever hear it? It was the coolest thing about Dick Tracy, fantasy or not. And truly, imagine talking to a human being, no matter where you were. So you know where I'm going with this, right? The first Apple Watch was released in 2015, 75 years after Dick Tracy had a watch at the comics and we built the Dale Street School. When the Dale Street School was built, they had an image of the future right in front of them, but couldn't conceive that it would ever be anything but fantasy. This school that we vote on today will see leaps in technology exponentially beyond the leap from Dick Tracy's fantasy watch to the Apple Watch that we have today, and all that's come in between. It is only by making ourselves as flexible as possible in the building that we build now that we will be able to respond to those challenges over the next 50 years. In Medfield, we have a social contract, and we have had it for the last 350 years. Some things have stayed the same, like town meeting, and like the term selectmen. Many things have changed for the better, like who gets to vote, who works, who has access to education, how we get from place to place, the houses we live in, and the kinds of jobs that we have. The calculated risk we
Jess,
take—
with all due respect, I need you to conclude your remarks, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The calculated risk we take today matters because thinking into the future for our town, instead of only to our immediate personal future, is part of our social contract. If we don't act today, we will pay many millions more sometime within the next decade. This is a great school, a great plan for the future, and the Medfield School Committee is honored to present it to you today. The Medfield of today or yesterday is not the best that we will ever be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jerry, you want to approach microphone number 1, if you would? And we'll just put a couple more minutes on the time that I've allocated, if you would, Owen, to our statements that are being made in opposition. And Jerry, why don't you, if you want to introduce your folks or just introduce the topic, go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. And if I can have the slides, that would be great. So it is an honor to be here today under important circumstances. A couple weeks ago at the Warrant Committee meeting, a proponent for the Elm Street School said this is a generational vote, and he was totally correct. This is a vote that not only by its size and the amount of money we're spending is going to be impactful, but it's also because it fundamentally can change the character of this town. When my wife and I moved here 30 years ago, one of the first people we met through the trustees of the reservation were Caroline Stanley and Mike Stanley. And it was a blessing that we met them. When you come in new into an area, sometimes you don't fully understand what makes a community what it is. And Caroline and Mike Stanley, their generosity, their leadership in preserving open space and caring for our natural resources, they taught us something that to this day is the reason we are here as proponents of the Dale at Dale solution. So I want to introduce Caroline Stanley, who will be speaking now. We will then have Eileen DeSorga and Catherine Thorpe speaking, and then I'll speak. We'll keep it to 14 minutes because, Scott, I don't want to be tasered. So.
Thank you, that's fine. Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Stanley, and I live at 75 Elm Street. My late husband, Mike, and I moved to Medfield nearly 70 years ago. Over the years, Mike and I both became involved in the town, but Mike especially so. He cared deeply about Medfield and served on numerous town committees for many years. He was particularly passionate about protecting Medfield's open spaces and its historic houses. He worked tirelessly to ensure that large areas in Medfield, including Noon Hill Reservation, were protected for future generations. We put our own property under a conservation restriction. As you can imagine, after years of trying to preserve Medfield's open spaces, I was upset to learn about the proposal to build a second school behind Wheelock. We would lose forever the lovely fields and meadows of that area that are such a precious part of Medfield. A second school with the significantly increased traffic that it would bring, along with the greatly expanded parking lot, would irrevocably alter the bucolic setting of the neighborhood. Mike deeply valued education, as do I and our children. My daughter teaches pre-kindergarten, and my son is a high school teacher. We believe that this is not a choice between preserving the open space behind and around the Wheelock School and giving Medfield children a great education. Renovating the Dale Street School would offer both. Dale Street has a 17-acre campus, giving the students considerable room to explore and learn about nature. The kids would also be able to walk to downtown Medfield to the public library, which would give them the opportunity to learn about independence and responsibility. Please join me in supporting what is best for Medfield children and for our open spaces by voting no. Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Thorpe, 115 South Street. I was reminded recently by a post by our beloved town historian and my former teacher, Richard DeSorger, that democracy is not a spectator sport. So when I was asked to share thoughts about why I'm voting no for a new school on Elm Street, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have a moment of pause. Sometimes it is easier just to be a spectator. The main reason I am speaking out is because I'm passionate about this town just as much as I know every single one of you who took time out of your Sunday to be part of this is. I truly believe that what makes this town special is the community that lives within its borders. My feelings about Dale Street run deep. It's hard to believe that 30 years ago I walked the halls of Dale as a student. Then after returning to Medfield, I was able to have my 2 daughters learn and grow there too. As an alumnus, mom, and someone who works in education, I can honestly say that there is no school like Dale. There is something so special about Dale where 4th and 5th graders can grow in a close-knit community, as well as utilize and engage with neighbors and friends at large with its ideal downtown location. Dale is a place where real growth can happen before they enter middle school, a place where kids learn about how to be a good friend, navigating how to ask a classmate to walk uptown, stop at Park Street Books or the library, and feel the sense of emerging freedom and independence. The location at Dale Street School offers students and teachers alike an opportunity for walking trips, all while helping bring the curriculum to life, especially now with the new state educational guidelines focusing on teaching local history in our social studies classes. Town Hall, Dwight Derby House, and Vine Lake Cemetery are all within walking distance from Dale Street's current location. I recognize that one could argue many of the same things I shared could also happen at a new school on Elm, but what they can't say is how the Elm Street site is directly connected to the heart of our community. It's not. It's 1.5 miles away. The townwide master plan just approved as a goal of honoring Medfield's town character. Dale being at Dale and Elm remaining as open space on such a beautiful scenic road supported by all of us today is the heart of Medfield's character. Dale is an old school that needs a fresh start. A saying that many of us grew up with, make new friends and keep the old. One is silver and the other's gold, could not ring more true when thinking of the decision here before us. Dale Street School is our gold. It sits at 45 Adams Street, waiting for us, the stewards of this town, to decide its fate. Regardless of the outcome here today, the number one thing I hope truly remains intact is our friendships with one another and our ability to love, honor, and respect each other as members of a community that we all hold very close to our hearts. Thank you.
Eileen DeSorga, 23 Summer Street. Mr. Moderator, I will try to be as brief as my brother, Richard DeSorga. I am from a family of 4 generations of public school educators. I graduated from Medfield High School and went to 3rd through 6th grade at Dale Street School, and I truly appreciated the proximity to downtown. As a Medfield taxpayer, I always supported our schools. Today will be the first time that I am voting no against the school proposal. I'm worried about the impact on town character, open space, cost, and the risk to our water. I know that many other alumni share my concerns, yet we all want a new school. We just believe the Dale Street downtown location is superior to Elm Street. Let me share some views from more recent alumni and students. Ann Scotty, class of 2012, who noted, "It seems exceedingly wasteful to build an entirely new building. The central location at Dale Street just makes sense." Joe Versa, class of 2016, honed in on the benefits of our two-grade elementary school, noting, "Part of growing up is getting used to a new experience. I didn't realize it at the time, but moving school locations is good for becoming adjusted to change." 2018 alumni, Macy Musto, "Dale Street downtown location was an integral part of my development and growing independence." A class of 2022 senior shared, "Moving locations taught me how to adapt, build navigation skills that served me really well when I got to Blake Middle School." From a fourth grader who loves Dale Street School, she said to her grandmother, "Nana, why don't the parents ask their children about where they want to go to school? When I was at Wheelock, we couldn't wait to get to Dale Street. My friends and I now love walking to town on half days." Like so many of us adults who care about a new Dale Street school, this young girl feels like she never had a voice. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity today. As Nelson Mandela said, "It is never too late to do the right thing."
Thank you. If I can have the slides, please. Mr. Moderator, how much time do I have? I don't have the clock.
About 5 minutes, Jerry.
Awesome, thanks. So I'm going to finish, in 14 minutes, it's tough to be able to answer all the financial questions, but I want to talk about that, what a no vote means. And if I can go to the next slide. So I have a slightly different take on what a no vote means. The yes vote is a permanent vote. A yes vote means the minute the shovel hits the ground at Elm Street, that 4 acres will be put there, 95,000 square feet, and 240 paved parking spots, less than a half mile from 2 of our wells. So that is a permanent decision. It will change the character of this town. Some think for the better. I personally think for the worst. But if we vote no, and by the way, we have voted no on capital projects before, and they have gotten done. They get done when you pull a community together. You need a 2/3 vote here. And there's a significant number of people who want to vote for a school but can't vote for it because they don't believe in their values that it's the right location. So if we vote no, we can still build a school. We vote in the right place and at the right cost. We reduce the cost. I'm going to show an example in a second of a really good school for us to look at. And I disagree with Sharon that it's a blessing for the MSBA to push us on a larger enrollment. I want to make it clear that enrollment is not a tiny amount. The MSBA is saying that we are going to have 400 more students in the next 3 years. That's what they're basing the enrollment projections on. We were at 3,100 students in 2004, 2005. Today we are sitting at under 2,600. Blake Middle School had 740 students at its peak. We are currently at 570. We have massive excess capacity in the schools right now. That's simply a fact. We were at 3,100, we're under 2,600 today. So we're not running out of space today. So the MSBA is forcing us to consider a school of 575 students, and frankly, if that's what it is, it's a waste of money. If I can go to the next slide, please. So the current school at Dale Street, my issue with it, it's 95,000 square feet. And there's no doubt that at 82 million and the size they're talking about, we can do beautiful things. But that's an 80% increase over the current Dale Street facility. An alternate to reduce costs, which we never saw, was to reduce that to 84,000 square feet, which would be a 58% increase. And that design, I'm going to show you in a second, can hold 500 students, which would be 28% more than we have today. Ample room for growth. If I can go to the next slide. Here's an example. This is not made up. This is a real school. The Cabot Elementary School in Newton was an ad renovation project. It's a beautiful school, fully meets all the current educational requirements. That building was built in 1921. Next slide, please. 84,000 square feet. It was a $50 million project, folks. Their town paid $37 million for this project just 2 years ago. Holds close to 500 students. If I can go to the next slide. So how does that math roll through? You're being asked today to vote on an $82 million school project that you will pay $63 million. And while Dale Street, the empty Dale Street, you heard there were lots of things we could do with it, our own facilities report in 2017 said the minimum it would cost to renovate the Dale Street building when it's empty is $17 million. $17 million. So a short-term park and rec, maybe that gets you a couple of years, but the escalating construction costs that you heard are also going to impact an empty Dale Street building. So when you're voting for door number 1, you're not only getting $63 million that you're going to have to pay on your taxes, but an open-ended liability for the empty Dale Street. The Cabot School I just showed you was $50 million. If we took a different approach with a no vote and went back and looked at an ad reno on the current location for the Dale Street building at 84,000 square feet, I'm using that $560 per square foot number. I didn't make that up. That came from our own school building committee, what they filed with the MSBA for what the cost per square foot is for an ad renovation. So that's our own numbers. If you plow that through, you're looking at a cost without MSBA reimbursement that's $4 million less than what you're being asked to vote for today. So folks, voting no means we have a choice to renovate the school at a reasonable size, still beautiful for our kids. You saw that school, gorgeous school, the Cabot School in Newton. They care about education just as much as we do. But the difference is we get to keep the open space, we get to preserve Elm Street. And folks, when we come down to this at the end of the day, it's a shared sense of values that we have. We're passionate about the Elm Street, against the Elm Street because we care about the town as much as you do. We just have a
Jerry,
different sense of the
respectfully,
values.
I need you to
Thank you.
final remarks. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, at microphone number 2, I have a proponent of the school project, Mike Pastore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assembled dignitaries. Mike Pastore, 6 Liberty Road. I was not a Medfield High alumnus, but my kids will be someday. I too love this town. I've only lived here for 6 years, but I own a copy of Fleetwood 9 signed by Eileen's brother, and I'm actually wearing Medfield socks today. So, feel the same way that you guys do about this town. I'm part of a group called For Our Kids, For Our Town. And for us, it's not just words. It's not the name of a location. It's our guiding principle. There are many reasons why we're voting yes, just like there are many reasons why everyone here is voting the way that they are. But our reasons boil down to 2 things. We believe that this project is the best decision for our kids, and we believe it's the best path forward for us as a community together. It's not me versus you, us versus them, parents with young kids versus empty nesters versus seniors. This is about all of us here together, seeing a need, seizing an opportunity, and securing the future. It's about listening to the people on stage, our neighbors on stage, who have, by and large, supported this project, spent countless hours researching the issue and studying it, and actually listening to them what they say in person, not behind a computer. This is the fiscally responsible choice. The project ensures $19 million in MSBA reimbursement, cost savings down the road with infrastructure investments, improvements to the current Wheelock School, and enhanced energy efficiency standards. But don't take my word for it. The elected officials in the select board, elected officials in the school committee voted unanimously for the project. The Warrant Committee, 8 out of 9, the entire SBC, These are people in positions of trust that we rely on to make choices, hard choices, every day for the community, big and small. Why would this be any different? We all know there are a number of hard decisions down the road for Medfield. One of them is what to do with our vibrant Parks and Rec department. A vacant building on Dale Street could really address that need. Turns a hard question into a unique opportunity. And I look across the aisle at my friends in the opposition, and I agree with you, Jerry. I think, we want many of the same things. I see dedicated people that care about this town just as much as I do. We want quality education, thoughtful construction design that respects and complements our open space. My understanding is, and someone can correct me, that the impact in the open space is 0.12%. I don't want to get rid of open space either. We've got a lot of great open space in this town. A net zero energy building, fiscal responsibility, return on investment. The major difference I see between us is that we're voting for the bird in the hand that checks all those boxes. The MSBA has already told us there won't be two birds in the bush if we vote no. And we can't wait any longer, not in lost time for our kids, not in lost money from the state. As our esteemed Warrant Committee Chair just said, for the good of the current residents and those who will come after us, this project before you is the most responsible choice. Our kids are important, but our town is too, and this is a project for both. They are not mutually exclusive ideas, and we urge all of you to vote yes in support of this project. Mr. Moderator, I appreciate the extra time, but we're going to cede back to the floor. Let's get this thing kicked off.
Good. Thank you, Mike. Okay, over the next few minutes, we are going to go to some proponents and opponents of that. So in this room, you can line up, although I want to make it just a little bit. We have a very high standard. Whoever speaks now, because I've been getting emails for weeks saying that everybody has already made up their mind. I don't know whether that's true. I'm going to test that in a couple minutes. And then we have a small percentage, perhaps, of undecided. You should direct your comment, if you need it, to those folks. Speak as if to inform that small percentage. Please make it fact-based and should be discussions of points not previously heard, if you could. We're looking for insights. We're looking for specific knowledge, not opinions. I know we have a lot of opinions out there. Not opinions, specific knowledge. Add a mic that you think would add insight. I apologize in advance. We probably will not get to everyone who would like to speak. So if you would, if there's an opponent and a proponent in the gym, I'm going to turn to our other venues. And Bill, I don't know whether you're in touch with them, right? So you can signal to me, or maybe this is what my bat phone is for. So let's go, if we could, to the library. Could we go to the library?
Do we have an opponent who'd like to speak and a proponent who'd like to speak? If
We good there, Dave?
we have one person, I'm not sure.
Okay, please
As
step
an
to the
opponent-
microphone.
Sir, could you please step to this microphone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Fedor. I've been a resident of Medfield for about 17 years. I came here because of our grandchildren. And I am an opponent of this because it doesn't take into account all the cost aspects. There are a lot of senior citizens in this community, many in the library here, who simply cannot afford the cost increase associated with this proposal. And so I think that there are other proposals that should be looked at that the people of this community can afford. You know, I would love to buy a Tesla, you know, but I can't afford a Tesla. And I look at this proposal, and to me, that's a Tesla. You know, when I went to school, we didn't have cafeterias, we didn't have gyms, we brought our own lunch to school. I have a master's in business, I got a good education, and the main attributes of a good educational system: one, the parents. They are the primary teachers of our children. Two, it's the student themselves. They have to have a good work ethic, they have to be motivated, and generally they're motivated by the parents. And third, it's the teacher and the curriculum. I can't think of a single thing that the building I was in taught me. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Let's go out to the tent. Do we have a proponent who wants to speak from the tent?
Hi.
Excuse me. We're operating now on a 2-minute time-based basis, and your microphone will be turned off if you exceed that. So just as a warning to folks. Sorry about that. Thank you.
My name is Mark Nardelli. I'm over at 7 Laurel Drive, and have 4 children in the Medfield Public Schools, and I'm speaking as a proponent of this project. I'm a school principal in Newton, and I actually want to speak specifically to the Cabot example that was brought up. The Cabot School is an ad reno, yes, but one of the details I think that's important to share is that the children that were in that building had to move to another location for 18 months. And it was a fully operational swing space where those children could learn. They had a gym, they had an auditorium, they had all the facilities and needs that they would have. I guess my question is, in this situation, if we're not building on another campus site, I'm not sure how we're going to pull off the logistical part of it. And I've seen in other districts where you have an ad reno that is occupied, where children are actually in the building. My sister-in-law is in New York. There's a project there now that has been really challenging. She's moved her classroom as a first grade teacher 4 times in the last 10 months. And through COVID, the pressure on teachers and administrators has been immense. And I think people are underestimating the additional ask we're going to be making of the administration and the teachers without thinking and considering the logistics. And I think that's something I just wanted to share from my own experience. So I'm going to be voting for it, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Let's hear from the cafeteria. Do we have an opponent from the cafeteria that would like to speak? Nope. Let's go to microphone number 1, right here in the gym.
120 Green Street. I'm voting no. Here's why. I'm not a single-issue voter, and I have multiple perspectives. My first career in the building trades, and I've built a few schools. Then I went back to school, became an engineer. Then I went back to school, became a teacher, and I've taught at 2 schools under construction. Looking at these perspectives in my 36 years in town, I see many issues. It takes away open space, creates traffic, congested area. It leaves a building in the center of town abandoned with no clear path forward. It changes the character of the community and the neighborhood. It's significantly oversized. It creates an 800-plus campus, and large facilities over 500 for elementary students are detrimental not only to a student's education, but their development and growth. But my concern is the water. Communities live and die based on their water. Water must be one of our primary concerns for our town and its future. You've heard it'll be better because we'll fix the problems. The issue we allow should be fixed, no question. This is a separate issue, not a reason to build another school near our wells. You've heard the building will be in the well, not be in the well protection zone. The 200-foot distance state agencies have said is arbitrary. The building will be just a few feet away from that arbitrary boundary. Parking lots and impervious surface with salt, gas, oil will be in the well protection zone. And a parking lot is not a permitted use under our own town bylaws that we voted on here at a town meeting, specifically to protect our wells. You've heard there's no significant risk. The town's own experts said the risk to water management is 5 or 6 out of 10. That sounds significant. And that assessment is based only on the building and the runoff. It did not consider the geothermal system. That system will have 40 to 50 holes drilled into the ground, hundreds of feet deep, covering over 2.5 to 3 acres, right into our aquifer and our primary recharge area.
Bob, I'm afraid your time is up. Microphone number 2 for a proponent.
Martha Festa, 16 Quail Run. Many people on both sides of this issue deserve praise for their hard work on this project and addressing valid questions and concerns. I'm hearing people talk at the microphone with these issues and concerns, not necessarily new. Hopefully you presented those to the Warrant Committee over the last 4 months, and they have taken that input and reviewed it with an expert panel of people that are very objective. And they have come to the conclusion that the right thing to do is to build this school. I'm not saying those concerns aren't valid, but they have been addressed, so I'm not hearing anything new here. After objective review, the Warrant Committee voted 8-1 in favor of the proposal, along with all the other boards. Do I want to pay more in taxes? Of course not. But there's wide agreement. The new school is badly needed. My last fifth grader was in that school 16 years ago. It was in tough shape back then. And a delay in the process. So even if the MSBA would agree for a smaller school, will end up costing the taxpayer more. We can hope for a lower cost school in the future, but input has been given. It's been evaluated by people objectively, and there's no evidence to suggest that this is realistic, that you can reduce the cost. Years ago, we faced this kind of same decision for the high school, and we voted no, and we decided to go back and scaled it down, came back a couple years later, paid more for a scaled down version of the school. It just didn't make any sense. So I would ask you to please vote yes for the benefit of our students and teachers, for the benefit of all taxpayers, those with fixed incomes, those who have just moved here, and for the benefit of our town, so that we can move forward on this and many other important things that the town needs to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Is there anybody in the library that would like to speak for or against the motion?
Do we have any? No, Scott.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the tent who would like to speak in opposition or in favor of this motion?
I do have one.
Okay, well, thank you. How is it out there? I heard you have a big crowd. Okay, how about in the CAF?
Scott, can I speak?
Please, yep.
Scott Caldwell, 10 Hale Place. I think that we got a lot of people here. People have made up their minds. I'd like to make a motion that we move to a vote.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Well, my guidance has said that I'm going to make the motion. Scott, I appreciate the motion to do that. I'm going to make an inquiry. I think I just did. But we're going to have a couple more comments, but I appreciate you trying to move us along. Anybody in the cafeteria that wants to speak as a proponent or opponent?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Morrison, 9 Gary Drive. I just want to correct 2 misconceptions I think that are out there. I'm voting yes. I served on the school committee for 9 years. I've been off for a couple of years now. And the first statement of interest submitted to the MSBA was well over a decade ago. So I want to correct the misimpression that we could just jump right back to the front of the line. It took us a long time to get into this process, and it could take us a long time to get back into it. The second misconception is that the idea of moving the school to the Wheelock site was somehow secret or came about recently. When I was on the school committee, when we submitted that first statement of interest, now you probably have heard now when you submit a statement of interest, you don't identify how you want to solve the problem, you talk about what the problem is. But as a school committee, of course, we talked about how we wanted to solve the problem. So for over a decade, the people who have been volunteering their time, elected to serve on the school committee, and superintendents, 2 superintendents now, Superintendent McGuire and Superintendent Marsden, have all believed that the most appropriate educational solution was a new school over Dale Street. So I just wanted to correct those misconceptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll try an opponent and a proponent. Microphone number 1, please.
George Gallagher, 16 Carmen Circle. I am a no vote for many reasons stated and shared by many townspeople. We need a new school. This project is a new school which is not balanced against the expressed desires and other needs of our town and its voters. If the vote is yes, we move forward with a school that violates many tenets of our townwide master plan. However, if the vote is no, we still need a new school, and we will need to heal. In that event, we can start the healing by getting right back on the horse towards building a new school. But the vote on this project should be seen for what it is, a referendum that the site of our new school is its current location. Any future school building committee should take its seat understanding that the town has spoken and the new school shall be built at Dale Street. That will save a lot of time.
George, that's not the proposition. We're voting on the motion. We're not voting on the site. So
Okay.
just as a matter of clarity.
That's
okay. Just so I don't want anybody out here to be confused.
I appreciate
We're voting
that.
on the provisions of the motion.
Okay. I've said then what I need to say.
Well, thank you. Thanks again. Okay, microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm Margot Hayes, and I'm going to try to get through this without fainting. This is not my cup of tea to do public speaking, but I live on 3 Oak Street, and yes, I am a 4th grade teacher at Dale Street. I want to start off by thanking everyone who's been on both sides of this. That's the hardest part about being up here, is I respect all of you, and I hope we rebuild as a town and teach the children on social media how to be good role models for the future. I stand up here today because I went back and forth many a times, but my heart is speaking. I have no notes for a new school for many reasons. I'm going to start with collaboration. I've been teaching for 16 years. I'm an alumni as well, and I asked myself, what do I want for children? And that's who I'm here to speak for today. Kids, ELL learners, special needs, kids with social emotional, kids who need challenges. On the higher end, all of these kids deserve a brand new school. Dale Street had its glory, and I've yet to hear a 9 or 10-year-old or 11-year-old say, wow, I really love these pillars. Those were our experiences, and it's time to let kids have their own. First of all, I would like to be alongside the 2nd and 3rd grade teachers. There's been many a times I've wanted to or needed to call a teacher to help the child in my class, and I haven't been able to do it in a timely manner. So that is a confession, and it's something I want for my students to have, is to be able to get to their teachers and get tips from them to how I can help my current students. 2, the library does not have books for ELL learners. It does not have enough resources for all of our kids. We're constantly relying on mail, inter-office mail from one school to another. A child, especially if it were my child, I would want them to be able to go to the library and feel like every other kid and pick out a book that they want, which supports our reading program. 3, open space. I walk my dog every morning at Wheelock, or just about, until I had a baby 6 months ago. It's important to me too, and I think we've missed the point. Let's get the kids outside and find examples of weathering and erosion. Let's get our hyperactive kids out of the classroom and do math drills running back and forth and make it fun. We don't have enough space at Dale Street. If you want to come and watch, which I don't know if you can, a recess, they build their social emotional playing soccer. Those are things a teacher can't teach kids. They need the space to learn how to play with one another, to communicate, to get their energy out.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate your stepping forward. Owen, 1 minute. Okay, for the 1. Last 4 speakers before calling. Microphone number 1 for 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Darien. I'm at 1 Stephen Lane. I am an educator for 32 years and a resident for 30. I've actually tried to remain neutral, but I have to say I got mad today for, I don't know who made the comment about personal gain. I don't have a fixed income. I'm still a teacher. And my property values will go up if this goes across the street from my house. However, I'm very concerned about it going across the street. I don't think anyone thinks that we don't need a school. We do, but I don't think it needs to go across the street. I think it's too big. I know that teachers use Zoom for collaborating. We use Zoom all the time. I use Zoom from 1st floor to 3rd floor because it's quicker and you have all your materials around you. I know we don't get kids out of school as much because of allergies and shooter drills. And I think that I'm really resenting the fact that tonight we've been told that we're not going to have a school if we don't vote yes today. And I'm sorry, Mr. Marsden, I respect you, Dr. Marsden.
Thank you very
as
much.
An educator,
Microphone number 2, please.
but I think we're going to have a school.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Hi, my name's
1 minute.
Carol Reed. My name's Carol Reed. I'm not speaking as a proponent or opponent. I just wanted to say that I've been here 29 and a half years, and my husband and I raised 3 children. I just 4 years ago moved to our 3rd house here in Medfield, and the values that made us move here commitment to health and safety, wellness, and open space are still here today. And again, if you'd indulge me, I co-chaired maybe 2 debt exclusions and 4 operational overrides here over the years with people that are in this room. I want you to know that it's been really heavy for me to watch you all go through this. And the values that we came here for are still here. I just want to let you know, historically, when we were holding our signs years ago, people did get mad. They did yell at us.
Carol, thank you.
But wait.
No.
Wait,
no.
now we have...
Microphone number 1, please. Eileen.
All right.
1 minute.
All right. Eileen Murphy, 5 Metacommon Street. Real quick, you asked us to learn things since the last meeting in May. So I looked at the traffic study, because the traffic study that was done in September of 2020. If anyone's driven up South Street near Elm in the last 2 weeks, you probably saw me standing at the corner telling you that if you vote yes, you will get a stop sign at the corner of South and Elm. There were many school bus drivers that drove by, stopped, and said, wait a minute, you're going to put a stop sign here? I just stopped at the railroad tracks. Now I have to stop again? Yes. And oh, by the way, on Friday, when everyone told me it's the lightest traffic day, there was a bus that stopped at the railroad tracks. Behind that bus with 30 cars. Every one of those cars, legally, going down the yes path, will have to stop. Right after those 30 cars went by, another 15 were right in its trails. So I'm concerned about traffic. We might envy Westwood for a lot of things. The one thing I don't want to envy them is join the club of gridlock. We will have ugly gridlock on South Street because you won't be able to go up Knollwood, you won't be able to go up Stevens. You're going to push traffic up South Street or past Wheelock. Not a good option. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last 2 1-minute speakers. Microphone number 2.
Mel Siebold, Medfield Parks and Recreation Commission. The Parks and Recreation Commission welcomes the Permanent Building Committee's recommendation to reuse the Dale Street building as a temporary new home for the Parks and Recreation Department. This would increase the space needed for additional program with minimal cost to the town. Parks and Recreation predominantly programs for K through 6. We're unable to serve the majority of the town's residents' recreational needs. The sole reason, lack of space. The additional space at Dale Street would allow for needed programming for teens, adults, and seniors. These are 3 groups that are drastically underserved by Medfield Parks and Rec. We already extensively use the Dale Street facility during the summer for our 7-week camps. Over the past 3 years, we've offered over 120 programs to residents. The year before COVID, we had over 8,000 participants in our programs. Our programs fill quickly and virtually all have waiting lists. These waiting lists will be eliminated with the addition of more programming space. Finally, we need only look to our neighbors in Dover to see the successful use of a once vacant Carroll School, which has been the home of the Dover Parks and Recreation for almost 20 years. The Parks and Recreation Commission urges passage of the law.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, microphone number 1, 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Min Ming Wang for Deerfield Drive. I'm very nervous now. So I'm not opposed to the new school. I'm opposed of the site of the new school. I'd like to remind everyone the story about the Quabbin Reservoir. This Quabbin Reservoir was built in the 1930s. It is 60 miles west of Boston. It provides the drinking water for the Boston and the surrounding 50-plus communities, which is 2.5 million people. And when they built it, they incorporated 4 towns. So this reservoir plus the vast open land provide high-quality water for the Boston area, East Massachusetts. So I'm asked today, when we make decision, we think about the future. The school,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know it's hard to get up here and talk to the town, but I have to cut you off. Thank you.
I want to make...
Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, and I apologize to everybody else. And I thank everybody for speaking and kind of living within the guidelines today. I'm going to do what I said I would do. I'm going to make an inquiry about the readiness of the legislators, all of you that are outside in the tent, all of you in the library, all of you in the CAF. So thank you. I understand that the people who are in line are now in the building. So I'm going to ask just a question. How many of our legislators feel they would benefit by continuing this discussion? Please say aye. Okay. How many say no? And could I hear and get a reading in the CAF and in the library and under the tent? How many people would like to continue this discussion? Please say aye. Okay. Well, look, I am going to make a motion in a moment. I thought to myself last night, there's been a lot of division, but the one thing that we seem to all be in agreement of, we're kind of violently in agreement with the fact that today is the day and now is the time to put this to a vote. I thank everybody who came today. I thank everybody on all sides who have been participating in this with great devotion, commitment, and caring about the town of Medfield. Before I actually put the motion to call the vote, I'm first going to go to the podium here and see if there's any further comments. I know we do from the Warrant Committee. Steve Callahan. We'll get that going.
Hopefully they'll turn. Okay, now you can hear me. Okay. So I just wanted to, clear up some maybe confusion around some things that were said, mostly around this proposal for the Cabot Elementary School in Newton by the Dale folks. So we did, just to remind everybody, we did consider extensively the proposals by Dale over the last 3 months. This latest one just came up after our vote on Tuesday. So we haven't had a chance to really study it, but I would say a couple things about it. One, we did study costs around what happens at Dale, the Dale School, and a significant cost is the cost of modulars. And so I think you need to consider that. That was like a $5.7 to $8 million number. And then the other thing that we didn't hear about is there's in the proposal that you're voting on today, there's a $1.6 million net zero cost. That if you're trying to do apples to apples, that's probably not in the Dale to Dale number. The last thing is those numbers that Jerry put out were based upon 2020 cost estimates, and we all know what's happened in the last year with construction costs. So I think that about covers it.
Okay. Jerry, microphone number one. I promised 2 minutes to Jerry and then 2 minutes to Mike Quinlan as well. Because that's what I promised. Final statements. 2 minutes.
There were closing comments. So at this point, we know that virtually all of you have made up your mind, and I understand that. So my 2-minute close has nothing to do with it to try to sway you one way or another at this point. As someone who's lived here 30 years, to get physically threatened by people in our community. No, it is true. No, stop.
I'm going to rule that out.
I just want to say one thing. No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Can I just say, can I finish my comment, please?
No.
I'm actually talking about healing.
Not if you're going along those lines.
I'm not.
Okay, finish your comment. Speak in opposition to the motion.
My position on this, please. We as a community, from the townwide master plan to the state hospital, what brings us together, regardless of this vote, yes or no, we can do anything the town wants when we work together. That was my point that I was trying to make before getting cut off. My only point on this is, whether it's a no vote and we have to come together quickly and find a solution to get a great school for our kids, or it's a yes vote and we have a project that's going to kick off, I genuinely hope that we together, based on those core values that make our community, the things that we share, that's what we build on and we focus on. And that's all I certainly have tried to do, is argue my case. And for those of you who are upset with me, I'm sorry. I appreciate and respect the Elm Street proponents because I know they care. Every single person on this committee, I have an incredible amount of respect for the time that you've put into it. Steve, I'm not a professional. I know we got you the cabot late. We're citizens. You know, we're doing the best we can. So thank all of you for your consideration, whether it's yes or no. I look forward to being at Noon Hill with you, having a drink on the same
Jerry.
side. Thank you.
Mike Quillen. Thanks.
Deep breaths, everyone. Okay. So here we are. Critical juncture, perhaps a historic one. As many of you can understand, this day has weighed heavily on me for a long time. Culmination of tens of thousands of hours of effort by many citizen volunteers and professional consultants. Agree or disagree with their conclusions, but do not question their integrity. It has been the distinct honor of my life to work with and attempt to lead these individuals in an extremely complex process, one I am proud of what we've accomplished. I am a consensus seeker. It is always how I've tried to lead the committees I've been blessed to lead. But I noted going into this endeavor that consensus would be impossible, and that the only thing guaranteed was that there would be some who would not agree with our vision. This weighs heavily on me as well, and it will regardless of the fate of this project. While I'm unsure I could have done anything to change it, our lives, our interactions, our connections are occurring more and more digitally, and it is this that disturbs me most. I want to read a quote from a speech called Solitude and Leadership for you that better explains my thinking on this topic. Here's the problem with Facebook and Twitter. Quote, here's the problem with Facebook and Twitter. I still have time.
Mike, I could go on. If I could go on for an hour.
It's a
Speak to the motion, please, just as I instructed Jerry to speak to the motion. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that.
You gave me 2 minutes, Scott.
To speak to the motion, to conclude. These were closing final remarks on the motion.
You've made that clear. So what will we do? What will we say as a body, a public body this afternoon? What legacy will we leave today collectively? What will your voice say? Will we trust in the many volunteers, boards, and committees, including the Board of Selectmen, Warrant Committee, School Committee, and School Building Committee, who have given up countless hours to be with away from their families to do what they think is best for the town? Or will we believe they are corrupt and conspire against the will of the people? Will we face the challenges we've been presented today, or will we leave them for future generations to solve? Most importantly, will we choose to ignore our beloved teachers and school administrators who have such a huge influence on generations of young minds? Or will we support them by providing them a facility that will allow them to educate for generations of children? What legacy will you leave? As you think about that, remove yourself from the digital realm. See through the noise. And look inside and find your own voice.
Okay, we're now going to call the motion to vote. All in favor to call the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the tent, if I could just get a signal from the tent, library, and cafeteria, we have a claim. Go ahead. Okay. Then I'm going to instruct the town clerk's office to please close registration. And we'll have someone, if there is a line there, we'll have somebody placed at the end of the line. We're going to pause just for a second, I think just for some mechanics associated with getting ready to vote. Okay, we are prepared to vote. I'm going to ask the assistant moderators, if they would, in the tent, in the cafe, and the library, please, if you would just ask people one row at a time to approach the ballot box. It looks like we may need to get some support out to the tent, and we will. The library and the CAF. In here, we have 3 places where we're going to be lining up. We're going to do this in an orderly process. We're going to be voting over here. You'll be placing a yes or no card that you'll be placing that into the ballot box. You must show that you do have your bracelet on. Your bracelet then will be removed. If you, as I said earlier in the meeting, if after you vote you want to go outside, please go outside away from the tent. We've got enough activity in the tent. Please go outside away from the tent. And as I also said, we will be giving notice about when we have counted the votes, and we will let people know that we've counted the votes, and we're going to make an announcement. So, Conrad, you want to take over here and just row at a time here? Okay. Okay, they're lined up. Okay.
The tent is totally lined up.
Yeah. Okay. Please remain seated until we get this. I'm told that if you're in the tent and you're in the library and the CAF, the ballots are heading your way. So please be patient. And I ask for patience for everybody. It's a good time for us just to take a big, deep breath, I think. We all got an extra hour of sleep last night, so now we can take a big, deep breath.
Okay, so the way this is going to work, the first row is going to stand up and go that way to that table. The second row is going to stand up and go this way around to this table right here. Then the back, first row of the balcony is going to stand up, go that way to that table right there.
Please be patient. If you're not moving, it would be very helpful if you could just be still. Thank you.
The latest NFL scores and highlights coming up on the Verizon Halftime Report. 2nd and 7 with 2 minutes to play, and both these teams with 3 timeouts apiece. This is the tight end, John Smith. And Smith brought down at the 35-yard line. Dante Jackson with the tackle.
Well, how often have you seen that? A tight
Kevin Holbrook. Kevin, I don't have, I'm unmiked. So, but I'm not on a mic. Oh, no. That's de minimis.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that everybody in the gym has voted. Awesome. That's great. Appreciate you. We're gonna as soon as we get through with all of the ballot boxes, they'll be counted, and we'll come back to you. So it'd be great if some or many of you would stay and watch the games, so that when we come back to make the announcement, we have a nice group here. So, but. Okay, we're just 5 minutes away from an announcement, okay, and a ruling on the motion. Okay, sticking with tradition, I'm going to just thank a lot of people today generally, not individually, but everybody up here, the folks from Thistle Communications. The school was fantastic in terms of the cooperation they did to get this campus ready, all the custodial team, Amy Colleran and everybody. So, Marion, Christina, Nick, and the Warrant Committee, thank you guys very, very much. And all of our public safety folks, and it was really a great combined effort. I had a bunch of counters and tellers and so forth, all my Conrad and all the assistant that we had in every room. So I want to just thank everybody. I would really like to thank the town. It was a tremendous turnout, and I'm hoping that civic engagement and all of that will be something that in a generation we'll still be paying the benefit of. So without any further ado, I hate that expression, but here we go. So the vote was 1,118 yes, 752 no. It's 60%. I have to rule that the motion does not carry by the required 2/3 vote. Okay, so all that is left is a motion to adjourn. I move that we adjourn the meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it.